We gotta finish the case today. We're finishing the case today, and it's gonna be great, guys. It's gonna be great, guys. I'm gonna love it, and you're gonna love it, and it might take us 6 hours. Holy fucking shit. Sometimes the latter half of the case can be fucking long as shit. But I'm not doing anything today. We got time, and then once that is all sorted, then we'll have the 2 cases left, and then that means we're done for Ace Attorney forever. We don't need to ever play Ace Attorney again. I don't know what you're talking Chronicles? I don't know what you're talking about. I finished that. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Shortest game in the entire franchise, let me tell you. No, welcome. We're having fun today. We're having so much fun today. You know, seeing Manfred von Kammer again, even though he should be in jail, possibly dead by now. It's been some time, you know. An old man like him probably wouldn't survive very long in jail. Especially with being a prosecutor and all, and there probably being a lot of prisoners in there that he personally got convicted. You know, thinking about it, he's probably having a terrible time. I hadn't really considered that. But, updates. I should talk about updates. I got Synth V. I got Synth V. It's really cool and stuff, you know. I got it, and I got my favorite voice bank of all time. That's my eyelashes. Ask me about my voice bank things, please. I should wear a shirt that says that. But I got that, and I've been having fun with it. It's really cool to play around with. It's really interesting too. It's the way that it works is incredibly similar to OpenUTAU, and I appreciate that as an OpenUTAU user. I also have Vocaloid 4. That shit, absolute fucking garbage compared to the other fucking programs. I don't know why you would ever use Vocaloid. Like voice banks aside, the program itself is just horrible. Just bad. Just so bad. Just it doesn't make any sense. It's not intuitive at all. And there is a reason that there were completely separate programs people use just to be able to tune Vocaloid instead of just using Vocaloid itself. Vocaloid is meant to be like the high-end professional one too. It's garbage. Sorry, I hit you, but it's garbage. It's so bad. It's so bad, and it fights me. It fights me all the time. I tell it to do something, and it goes too far, and I'm like, no, that's not what I told you to do, actually. I wanted this word to remain as the word that it is, instead of you extending this word, so it goes into, so it gets rid of this word. That's not what we're fucking doing. It's just bad. It's just bad. It fights me, and I don't like it, and I don't appreciate it, because, you know, I was kind of excited to, have access to voice banks like Len and Luca, but it's just annoying. So I'm not so it's gonna sit there, right? It's gonna sit there in my programs folder, and it's going to collect dust until I decide, you know what, actually I do want to make a cover with this specific voice bank. I think it would sound good in their voice. But I'm not fucking using it for anything other than rendering vocals. I need to tune anything, I'm doing that in our Utao. That's just so much easier. Utao is great. It is so good and it's so easy to understand. Like, I watched one fucking tutorial and I fucking got it. Like, am I good at tuning? I wouldn't say so. But also, I haven't been doing it that long and I don't really experiment a lot. So, you know what? I should do that. I should try doing a full tune in a song. It requires me to do it. It's a lot of work, but I will one day. I'll figure it out. It'll be great. But anyway, the point is that I now can do songs with 9-0 and I'm the happiest man alive. Because I love 9-0. 9-0 is incredible. If you've never heard 9-0, what the fuck are you doing? Go listen to a 9-0 cover. He's great. I love him. Like, the best voice bank I've ever heard. It's not because his voice provider is Australian, but that is possibly maybe part of it. Look, I like having my representation, okay? I like feeling represented. Also, he's a metal vocalist. Metal vocals are really cool. People who sing, who have good vocals for metal songs, I fucking love their voice. That's why I listen to people who write metal music. I wouldn't, like, I don't listen to a lot of metal, but like, people who are super into metal and make a metal album because they feel like it, their voice is so good. I wish I could sing like that. I want to learn how to growl, actually. I would love to learn how to growl. But, Ace Attorney. We will be doing more Ace Attorney today. And based on the week that I have ahead, I think we'll be finishing it next week. Just because Wednesday is shopping day, so I have to do a shorter stream then. Yeah, so unless I want to do an extra long stream Friday, but that depends on how much game we'll have left. Because I don't want to have to fucking edit down a 12 plus hour stream again. That shit was nightmare. I hated doing that. It's a lot of rendering in my in my video editing softwares that don't really want to be rendered, you know. It's a struggle. It's a struggle when you got entry level products, you know. But in other news, my new PNG's coming along good. I can't wait for you guys to see them. So now I have. So I'm getting my new outfit, and that should be debuting sometime in the new year, super early in the new year. Probably based on how long my artist usually takes, I would guesstimate in the next 2 weeks. Probably not next week, but the week after. But we'll see. I still need to figure out what I'm doing for the debut. There, we'll figure it out. You know, I've got 13,000 games. I can figure out something that'll work for the debut. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be very prepared, and we'll have nothing to worry about at all. I'll be super duper cool and prepared and stuff. Super cool and prepared. Actually, I know what I want to do for my debut. Would that be a cool day? I think that would be cool. I'm not telling you, so hush hush. That one or that one? I don't know, I'll have a look at them both, see which one I think would be cooler. And go from there, I guess. Anyway, you guys want to get started? Because I do. I'm excited. I'm so very excited. Oh man, I'm so cool, guys. I'm so cool. I'm like the coolest guy you ever did see. I've been doing a lot of music stuff lately. I've been commissioning art lately. I've got plans in my pockets. I'm like super dope and stuff. Aren't I just like the coolest streamer you ever did see? You know? Perhaps even in a parasite way? Kiss kiss? No? Aww. Oh dear. I guess not. I guess just a little guy. Just a tiny little thing. Oh. Anyway, music. Fuck off, please. I gotta lock the fuck in. Gotta lock the fuck in with this shit. How you doing, Ace Journeys? Yay! Fuck yeah. Tangaloha. I don't know why I say it Tangaloha. I don't know, it just feels right to me, even though I know that it's probably wrong. I forgot what we were doing. What are we doing? We found a dead body in the fountain. And so Fender was all like, maybe this calls for looking more at the past. And Mars was like, yeah, sure, tell me more stories about my father because I love him. Hey, it's Miss Pound. Oh, Mr. Fender, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroha too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. Sup, Bad? Detective Bad, what are you doing back there? Oh, just happen to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. I'm not sure how anyone just happens to be at the detention center, but okay. Oh dear. Hair change color? That's not a good sign. Good morning. Mr. Tangaroha! What happened to you? Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep. That's not police work, that's torture! What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put in the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. Still be in that interrogation room now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroha in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroha. You got it, Mr. E! My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangaroha, we found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroha? You seem kind of spaced out. I'm fine. I think my blood sugar is running a little low. Samson! Have anything that might give him an energy boost? Oh, here you go. Huh? Is that chocolate? For me? Oh! Those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroha. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh. It's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. Must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful look in his direction. Take a look at those. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them to the suspect. Oh, thank you, Detective Bad. My hero! I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Yeah. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah, keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes. How were they? Oh, fuck. Of course he's singing. Oh, dude, you can't be singing. I can't be doing that early in the morning, right? I've been awake for like an hour, please. Can't you say that you liked them? Do you really need to do all this? Okay, thank you. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them! And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Oh, is the food here really that bad? Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Ross worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Ellique. Artie Frost was Paul Ellique. I never would have imagined. Oh, Mr. Halleck. So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? This all would have certainly explained why Mr. Halleck was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He's busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of zodiac statues. Yeah, so we'll never finish them now. Never finish his greatest masterpiece. Nah. Stevenson was making statues for each season. But never got around to. The winter constellations? The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made for the Out of Eyes would have completed the set. Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh, no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seemed he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. Checking to see if there's any chance someone caught in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. I didn't even tell his family. I see. Alright. I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for when he believes in. And to scare the pants off anybody who he knew he meets. Oh, you were going to tell me what you learned yesterday. Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. Thank you for that, and allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroha. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all I can. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creation was a perfect balance of flavour and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well. Which was? It tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? And what exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling it. Part of the liar, I believe. I never tasted anything like that. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. I'm sorry, you were saying that the liar tasted good. I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was a liar you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini statue, which was the only sculpture on display in that display case. Mr. Tangaroha, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was a liar. The one shown here without any strings. Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroha ate them, and he enjoyed them. Miss Scone told us she ate part of the liar as well. But she said it was far too salty for her to finish. And it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so much sweet foods on a daily basis that it took me a while to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the foods here seem so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood. Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. I can take a look at it. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson, you can't show that recipe to just anybody. Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course, if that is what you wish. What on earth is a secret recipe for a miracle cure they've been hiding? Well, I suppose I should be getting back. Alright, we'll be right behind you. Judy? Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So, I'll be waiting. Right there in the mansion. Until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, Miss Bound? Judy. Oh, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Hallyu collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person, and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. A parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path. And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? Stabbed right through the chest, Gregory, how dare you? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. Stabbed in the chest, Gregory. I think I've asked you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroha. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving. I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Yes. We'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me. That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. an ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroha, every day. And Judy, too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroha, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession out from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand. And I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroha. You have my word on that. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? Don't need to be shy about it. But mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroha. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? But we need to see those other rooms. Oh, this is what Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. That's probably got a hand in that too. And don't expect to speak with anybody. Except us. Us cops in this bound. Everybody else is gone. And I doubt Von Karma will be handing out balloons. It's also not just a game to him. Why does he want to go so far? So what's your plan of action, detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth. Like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you, you bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of this area? Sure, but like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. And that's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. Oh, goodness me. Ooh. Aww, that's so cute. There's a drum set here, decorated to look like as if it was made out of cakes. They must play it on bacon bar. Detective, about these drums. We already checked. There's nothing inside any of them. And no sign of anything having been put or taken out either. Not relevant to the case. You've already done your homework, I see. I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm not a sucker. Anyway, what are you staring into the water for? The statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Well, Aliki's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. It looks so real. Detective, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before? Attorneys, always poking holes in people's words. What? Did I do something wrong? See, this is where the autism comes from. Maybe he got it from his dad. Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analysing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And what did you find? Chocolate. and what looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as Mr. Tangaroha's blood. And the flavoring and the colors match the profile of what used to be Mr. Frost on his sculptures. Those little rivers from our four artists' room, right? Flow from our four artists' room, right? To this fountain. There's other stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there. And that's not also. We also found blood. A what? Why is there blood in the water? I think back to our investigation of the murder scene. Take another. A very conspicuous pool of blood is very clearly missing. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent. So was the part of the chocolate chest it had poured on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to... Oh! I mean, I'd say the... Maybe... Am I meant to know who the killer is now? I feel like that's what this question was asking me, because... I don't know is the problem. I really don't know. Oh goodness, look at him. That picture of him makes him look so tall. That's why her name is Scone. Okay. The blood belonged to fuck if I know. Because if here's the thing, they wouldn't have taken it away if it was the victim's blood, because that would make sense, right? Who am I meant to think is the killer? You know, maybe. Because there's so much pointing towards Scone that it makes me feel like it's not her. You know? But he's kind of just been there the whole time. And we haven't really gotten anything out of him aside from the fact that he's in a coma back in the present. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna take that. Yeah. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Oh, I am overthinking it. They do just need to be. Take that! There's a guy compare it with the blood and the murder weapon. That's what you meant. You think the blood in the water is the victims, not the blood. Okay. I was overthinking it. Good on me. Oh, we love overthinking it this early in the morning. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream into the fountain like this? Oh, trophies. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroha. But they're not all for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work. A testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bob's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. Oh, that's so sweet. It got me wanting to watch it. It's quite the trophy. Awarded to Tangaroha, first place International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular. It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense. Prizes, fame, none of it lasts forever, right? I don't say anything quite that deep. Where does this elevator go? Second floor? Tangaroha and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day. That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when this is all done. You come, wouldn't you, Detective? Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of piling around with attorneys. Oh, come now. I'm not that bad, am I? Piano. Okay, Judy. Ooh, Miss Bound. We're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroha had said. I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Oh, gorgeous! Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes, Samson loved her design for this one. And he loved the designs and flavours of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost in entries too. Only problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems. Huh. Well, they do look like they use the same materials. Or was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest. But he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course, I hope it helps with your investigation. Oh, and I have the book containing the recipe to cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroha's room. That's right, he put it on display there so that everybody could see it for the grand prize. What? The cure is in the Ultimate Cookbook. So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it? Oh, no. We told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew that the Ultimate Cookbook was the whole time. A book containing formulas for creating a cure for taste disorders and other chemical and pharmaceutical items. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. That also explains why Miss Scone decided to enter. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines. Exactly! Or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, or, for example, it would be worth a fortune. But why make that the grand prize to a confectionery contest? Mr. Tangaroha is the sole heir to the Tangaroha family fortune. Perhaps you've heard the Tangaroha group? The Tangaroha group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah! That new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went to the sale. I always reach for a Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroha group if you don't mind. Can't believe they made a Cold Killer fucking reference. So did Mr. Tangaroha not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. And why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it. I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of their expensive research to someone else. They hated the idea, of course. Which is why Delicia entered the contest. And Tangaroha group wanted her to win the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along? Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's tastes. I tried to help her win. But why? I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroha group. If the cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company in a way that Samson couldn't object to. So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in the contest and had no business. She had no business taking part in. So, but Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner, right? And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts, too. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. How did the man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all that she can for Mr. Tangaroha. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I'll have some too! Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. I think that'd cheer her up a little. We've learned a little more about the contestants' the contest's participants. But there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we have got no answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was... Right. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted in the semi-finals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up to me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma. I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Mr. Gusto. So there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. Seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine. Then allow me to take you up on an offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. The connection between Mr. Gusto and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. And that's all. That's all I have to say to you. What? That doesn't help us at all! We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. It's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something.
Objection!
I wonder if you could take a look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semi-finals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. As the nameplate suggests, these are Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that his confectionery design was far from his strong suit. And yet, his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. Hi, Una! Hi, Una. How are you, Una? Is Una doing well? I hope Una's doing great. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same.
Objection!
What are you suggesting? I am suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Well, at first glance, they appear to be superficially different. Soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they are put together. They are made from the same ingredients, taste the same, and share similar design styles. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together. If you figure that much out, I suppose there's little point denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along they were cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Let me confirm that you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew the two were cooperating? Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth?
Objection!
Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. Simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. Doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this.
Hold it!
Last night, after Mr. Frost's work made it correct. Yes. I interviewed Gusto personally. Yeesh, one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma. That must have been terrifying. I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts. He most certainly did not, every time he closed his eyes. I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares plead the fifth with me. It won't even work on him. And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship.
Hold it!
But why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance in making it through the contest alone. So what was there in the game? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner. And his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only ever win a hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semi-finals. But I'm starting to think it might have lasted through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you must.
Hold it!
Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense. Yeah, he admitted it himself. He isn't all that great. He made what he alleged to be a likeness of me. Just thinking about the abomination he came up with turned my stomach. Yeah, I kinda liked the guy's work. An artistically rich amateur, and an artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together.
Hold it!
You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals, and they just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree? I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern. He was concerned enough to try and hide it from me a few moments ago, though. Which means there must be a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounds as if Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, the clear winner. Which means he must have been working with Mr. Gusto, right? Oh, that's precisely what I was thinking. I must have some evidence that proves they were cooperating right through the finals. Do I?
Objection!
They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could become a world-class confectioner overnight. For it seemed far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the time. How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. Hang on a minute. Oh my god, Vodkava, do you love your wife? Karma, I never took you as a wife guy. But you know what? That this kind of makes sense. Right? Because he clearly has some sort of care for Francisca. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. Oh. What, do you go home to your wife? And do you, like, kiss her? And do you, like, have dinner with her? And do you sit quietly in the lounge room together? I don't know why that amuses me so much. How is that not entirely a subjective statement? Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, that she also describes some sort of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. No more objections, I take it. There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. E, there is something that's been on my mind. Yes, what is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the final, wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving it into two whole sculptures? Would he really have done all that and help Mr. Gusto with his work? If it was me, I would have barely gotten as far as setting the flavored water up to freeze part. I guess I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some loyalty instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So that means Mr. Frost... So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? Make it out of something else entirely? No, make the ice the day before the final. He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have had to do is sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct. What? Mr. E? I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we? The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were hoping each other right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flake ice. Ice that would have needed at least a day to freeze. And whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Mr. Gusto told me. That he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate the help Mr. Gusto needed to return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? How dare you call my methods into question? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. One good reason, certainly. And the how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have certainly no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been a motive behind this matter. Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of the collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time, nothing more. And I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap. Well, cat got your tongue. Even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. The fact alone is enough to suspect him. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of what's to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. That's Gusto and Frost and their sons. I see. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? Seems their sons attend the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact that Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Now, if you're quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk! I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroha's finished if we can't figure out something. things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. The prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tengaroka. Surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mystery? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tengaroka. And yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. That one was melted down and put into the water. But we're not entirely sure when or why. No, I'm sorry. Evidence that turned up not in Tegara's room, but in the most unusual place. So there's no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Tengaroha's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Because he died in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene before the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Weird. Someone have moved the body aside from getting to the blood. So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. I've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics. And what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back the information about the body? It's did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit. Mystery. We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shaded deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I've tried my best to let my preconceptions colour our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean, he's playing dirty? I fear he might have been, and still is, and I'm not about to let him get away with it. Hey, what you do standing over there? I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word of anything about that internal attorney. Infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Yes, what is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection!
It's not the police I have an issue with, Miss Von Karma, it's you. What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out the real culprit of the crime? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable case.
Objection!
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of a whole cloth, perhaps? And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence. I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to be denied. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body. Ridiculous! You're clutching at straws! I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection!
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear and where did it go? What does that matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found, so what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. Let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes sense. What is this petty obsession with bloodstain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. Show where the blood from Miss Tangaroha's room went. Found in the fountain.
Take that!
Fountain. Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroha's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows into the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me. You! Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis of the fountain water. No, but I do. Cursed bad. You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer, as you now are officially off the case. first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? It's really quite the claim, you know. One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Wow, walked around us, huh? Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. It was time for everything else. You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it to the board. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say a word. So now, I'm off the case now. Oh, that's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bat, but there's one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me know the secret. Oh, the detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see this acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. And what is it? You'll find out in court. Oh wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a fully fledged attorney, you know. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though, I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tenkaroha by then. And if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tenkaroha to remain imprisoned for the crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's the most literal thing you've ever said. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, man. So, Fender, I have a question. Were you there in court when Miles got accused of murder? Because if you were, I love you even more. That's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So, what happened to the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tenkaroha was innocent? We could prove it alright. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favour. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we'd feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. The whole thing took about a year to end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that one year. April 27th. Oh, mama. We're talking about over 17 years ago. Sampson's file. December 28th. I was there that day, 17 years ago. Sitting in the courtroom gallery. Well, this is awkward. Oh, for some of you watching live right now, it's 28th. It's the 29th for me, but I made a good choice playing investigations last. Before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Sampson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, even said he wanted to be forgiven. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah. Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report. But that wasn't the end of it. Mr. Von Karma had gotten Sampson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo! He knew he needed at least one last card to play if they squeezed the confession out of Sampson. So we had Bad record all of Sampson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. But he was a trooper, stayed off the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big cases too. But oh, Bad. They don't make him like they used to. What a good picture. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Sampson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Sideman got fired. Sampson's interrogator and the additional detective before Bad, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor for the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Sampson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when the guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroha's guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to make an appeal, wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Sampson's name. Then, well, you know what happened next? Poor guy. He never got the chance. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else entirely. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Well, like I had a choice. Guy adopted me and it was strange for my adolescence. I hope you can forgive me. No. You had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroha was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Sampson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? file's been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Suspect data, Sergeant Tinkeroha, 39. Organizer of confectionery contest. The victim's body was found inside his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tinkeroha discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice? As a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Montgomery. I guess he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you to look into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie. Like I say. We all got to start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. Statutes of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else too. The grave von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down. Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep safe. Now riddle me this, mousy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in prison the day Bronco Knight died? That's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroha. Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We've got to do something, Mr. Fender. Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The eye sculptures are back on display, like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out, right, Marzarino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father, Miles. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are Gregory's son through and through. Alrighty then! Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. I think I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy! Well, there's quite a few, so take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence, thank you. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of this incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the winter wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. the poison gas attack in the Winter Wing, which has been disguised to look, the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display case, biquium and asphyxium, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who was no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who was still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh no, you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this was my investigation. Yes, this is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct your mother's duties, Mr. Edward. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I am simply offering once again to do what I can to help with the investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oh, she isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's law! Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may have been a visitor from the past. Hey, I did think he kind of looked like it.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of a man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chili Wings? Wait, what the heck is Chili Wings or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Hamilton. The sculptures on display here are all his work. No way. Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim of the IS-7 incident. George Gobble knows about the IS-7 incident? The IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, this is winner. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body. Oh, we've got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something, I guess. Edgeworth called it? Good goddess justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judy Gabble, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case, more than a certain junior prosecutor. You're fair! You're trying to steal the win! I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth, and you're such a child. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Hello there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep, see, I was on the defense team for the IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of those pesky kids pushing a theory that the body was actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it now. Who better to help you unpick the mess than somebody who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Judge Gavel seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail, in which case I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. No connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Redfield. He's the original defense attorney, and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The wink to wing is off limits for now. There's room, however, is on rules. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the same side of justice? Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn-up for the books, huh, Bowser? We get to do our thing after all. Well, thank you for your immeasurable help, as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay! I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Okay, shall we? Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence! We're still unclear on two facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. This Bounds tea set is laid out neatly on the serving card. It says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so, the cup I was given was delicious. Look at all the stuff. Look at all the stuff. Looks like all the stuff was designed for us. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's well-crafted tin canister, designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging the product. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend this Bound serves. So this dishware was made by Auntie Frost. It looks so fancy. Oh, it is. I was willing to bet that the set can fetch something of thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Oh, this stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Ms. Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said, or to still have this. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honoured guests. I can pour you a cup if you'd like. Miss Bound. Ah, Judy! I'll be good, thanks. No tea for me. You do knock yourself out. Oh, thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't help. Won't hurt. 2 cups coming up. This smells great. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is it, Miss Retro? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identified by the citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served us this morning? Why, yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh, no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier has a slightly different aroma. Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? And quit being mean about Judy's tea, will ya? What's gotten under your skin, though? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me with the right name. It's Louise Du name, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Tablecloth was draped over the cart, and the draped over the cart was pure white and completely spotless. And it's just waiting for me to grab the edge and clear my mind, and whoosh! Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that was. Oh, come on! What's the worst that could happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-coloured tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remained white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there are so many other colours that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. From the colour and the aroma, I'd say this is a bottle of spilt tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. Oh, someone dropped the cup. I guess someone must have broke something. I know that instantly. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. What did I get? Teapot. That is one swanky teapot. That's one way of putting it. I lean more towards eccentric myself. Whatever it is, it would do for a great thief to remain so ignorant about such chic things. Actually, your ignorance is my bliss. These letters say PH, right, Miss Midway? Yes, they show the teapot was made by Paul Alec. They're his initials, obviously. Right, but I thought his name was Arthur first. It was, thereby making this piece by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. And his work seemed to be everywhere here in the Zodiac Hall. thought that stone was frost blood. This looks to be important. Oh, there you are. Hi, Larry. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Oh, quit the glare off you two. It's weird. Aw, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea of a picture for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Quit it! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm just not talking to you ever again, starting now. This is getting nowhere. So I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Mary? Oh, why are you showing me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain it to Judge Gavin. Wait, don't make me look so bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is there any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is there any way to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things? I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. I got distracted and my hand slipped and smashed. I broke the teapot. A priceless work of art is in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far away I saw that coming. Ouch, you really messed up this time, Maurice. See, everyone's going to think less of me now. She's never gonna forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. My teapot? I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Tunim, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken ceramic pieces on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Arnie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot, so it's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Miss Frost's work than she used to be? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. Is the other teapot you're talking about? It's the one sitting on top of the continent, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I first smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the pot. And that's when I saw the other pot under there, so I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, I see. Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy? Isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her all of my paintings. Give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all, it's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better if you keep out of her way for a very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and others already. Her and the others. Need to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties, wanna say? Interesting. Interested in the Reese's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, okay? I simply wish to see if Larry has captured unusual details. Just it's time to... Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them too. Ah, you're a sweetheart, okay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a second, okay? I suppose you might as well take a look. So these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy, if you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said that from the get-go. Here, if he has eyes on this. He's actually really good at drawing. What am I looking at here? I told you already, ravishing beauties! Just a few of the faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity, Judy, and somebody else. Why did you draw all of them on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times, huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kate, on a different page though. Wow, you did! I'm flattered! How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course! You think I draw things I can't see, like using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each colour. So the colours are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while? Sure thing! You want me to sign up for you? Just the page, please. Deduction. What do I actually have? The minty fragrance, the switch teapots, and the tea smells different. I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now had a subtle minty scent. Rather like Uva tea. Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Could that really be it? The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right. Miss Bound said that she used the pot to make peppermint tea yesterday? Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one. You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cup. But why? One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in the teapot? What? In the teapot? It's simply a possibility, but it's worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding Ubiquium? Huh? Oh. My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. I knew it. If I can't find it, then there's no chance I use this... What? You do know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence? Well, I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth? Is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we notice coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid so. The methods used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through there during that time, Talicia for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it all up at all. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way. I do mind, actually, and I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all. What better spot? I demand you show me it once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever you want? Body has been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy is underway. And how's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not that long ago. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating our way, are we? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much, anyway. Silly girl! That wasn't a dearie moment, that was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is for when you're in a tiz. Love is for people you're not that keen on, and petal is you use for when you're trying to get some of the attention. Oh, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Miss Edgeworth, petal, I hope you're getting all this down. Don't even try it, Kay. Oh, dearie me. Hey, young fella. Hey there, Mazarino! What's the situation with the investigation? Well, things are progressing. I think the picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear! Guess I better step up my game too, then. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got a lot. Melting statues in the window wing, and even the murder victim's body. But how did nobody ever figure out the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son, and well, kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. What? And they were never found? Gusto's boy wasn't, but not as far as I heard anyway. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end, though. He collected his inheritance at some point. And yeah, with no family around, just another incident, Frost got no funeral. So no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out that they didn't have it. They filed a fake autopsy report, and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. Where were you before you rejoined us, Miss Brown? I had to go tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. So, was that something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then. In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on the photographs for the current exhibit. And why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It's not my fault that the original set melted in the first place after all. Oh, I see. Is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh my, you think they look alike? Perhaps I need some of the decorations from one of the others. I use some of the decorations from one in the other by accident? She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. My, is that me? Yes, it was painted by a so-called artist over there. It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it? I'm sorry, Miss Brown. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. Seems the police have removed the body. But why did the body of the victim from 18 years ago turn up in the fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way over here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems like the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxiant have been detected in the fountain. I'm gonna say that they probably were carried here by the stream from the autumn rain. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analysed as we speak. There's sugar in the fountain. Where would it even have come from? Edgeworth speaking.
Sir, it's me!
Is everything alright, Detective?
Everybody's left the winter wing, it's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found.
You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop it now.
The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left are the display cases and is stuff at the bottom. More of it, the Taurus case and the Gemini case. Describe this stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. Sample of the Taurus case had a bunch of sugar in it. The one in the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it, which were sugar, salt, and blood. What are the salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, detective. Oh, I also spoke over the radio with this forensics guy working the fountain room. So he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Anything else to report, detective? Yes, sir! We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the window room, too. There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise the window... to disguise it as a window. Seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just show. I need to talk to Miss Scully about this. Anyhow, I better getting back to it. I'll let you know if you hear back from the lab about blood. Yes, thank you, detective.
Was that Gummy? It seemed like he had a lot to say.
He did, and all of it was very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Baum's claims about who could have set up the poison gas traps are false, I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away.
And it's for you, Milesy Smilesy.
And dear sweet little Tuesday K.
I'd appreciate if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy.
I'm not a fan of Tuesday K. Well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled it. Ugh, well, I guess we tried.
What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seems to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices and luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to me, Judy. It was my way of saying sorry that after I broke the rules for all those years ago. I thought her 4 lovely new salt lamps. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps and gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
Better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, hey? Dear, sweet, innocent baby boy, Mr. Fender. I can't quite picture that, I have to say.
So, these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, and light-emitting doodads, the whole bit.
There were 4 luminous cloths in use at the autumn wing. But I'm sure I saw another one somewhere.
Yeah, she had one in the back.
Maybe I should jog her memory with something so misspelled. jeez Louise. Something's making me feel tired, and I don't know what it is. Muscone, you're something of a specialist. How might one learn about poison gas? Might someone learn to make the poison gas that we use in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start.
Long time no see.
Hi, Ty! Hi, Ty. Welcome on in, Raiders. How was your stream? I saw that you were playing, Chronicles? How did that go? Did you survive? I hope you survived. Oh, it didn't work. I used the wrong thing. Not exclamation point, it's slash. I'm so used to Discord. Anyway. Yes, I do it manually. Shut up, everyone. Anyway. Hi, Ty. Survive part 1 of the investigation. Which chapter are you up to? Are you doing the first or second game? And better question, are you enjoying yourself? Case 5, second game. Oof. Oof. Are you enjoying yourself? Are you surviving? Let me tell you, I didn't even get that fucking far. So, first game. Okay. Well, let's. Are you surviving? Are you at least liking it? Do you like it more than I did? By the way, that case is fucking long as shit. So, like really long, I think the trial alone took me like 11 hours. I think I did an 11-hour stream for that one. Just got out of case 4. Oh yeah. Which one was case 4 again? That was... Oh Jesus, I don't even fucking remember. Chronicles. Ace Attorney. What fucking cases again? I don't remember. This shit was so... God, this shit did not scratch my brain very well. It was Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. What was the name? Nope. The one with the fighting couple? Oh yeah, the one where there's no murder at all, and it's just like, at first you think it's like a murder, and then it turns out that it's attempted murder, and then it turns out that it wasn't any of those things and it was purely an accident. Yeah. That case is something, alright. Like, I didn't hate it, but, like... Okay, look, if you guys want to know my fucking opinions on this shit, you can go watch the VOD when that fucking releases. That's gonna be this week. That's gonna be this week. I think tomorrow, in fact. Jeez. Chronicles is fucking something. Will we ever go back to it on stream? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe. If you guys, poke me enough. Oh no, I'm not gonna sacrifice this guy. I just break on the wall that way. Anyway. How you going, Scared? Gotta a random run. That's okay. You guys have fun. I'm enjoying this game so much. It's so good. Oh my goodness. But you're fun. You do whatever you need to do. Bye bye. After all, it says it right there on the label. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose around the Ultimate Cookbook anyway. The prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Pesticide Ultra along with not mixing with the ubiquium bit is in there, you know. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear. I know it's inside and out. Because I work for the Tangaroha group, you see. We're the company behind Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Killer X? Vice about sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. Yes, my husband is very into it. After Sammy Poodle was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of those elites, I suppose. I see. Could I present you with anything else? What kinds of pharmaceutical recipes are in the older cookbook? Oh, there are so many. It would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well then let's start the show. Join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty, thrifty 2 hours long. Now one by one we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Want to listen to the rest? No, that won't be necessary. Okay. I don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gaffel. And we'll do the same. You are the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community. Looks like Judge Gavel will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Scone? Of course I have. I'm a pharmacist, you know, even if I do have a big pink hat. I think it's so cool you're a pharmacist. Well, so do I, dearie. So do I. Aren't you a sweetheart, you little Tootsie K? Since when were you interested in pharmaceuticals? Shh. I'm working my magic, Mr. Edgeworth, buttering her up so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Miss Scone, Delicia, I was wondering if you could maybe know how many times, you cheeky little imp. Once your name's decided, I can't change it. Dang. So much for the sneaky approach. What kind of great thief am I? Not a very good one. Well, Hedgeworth. How we going? How we feeling? Things are interesting to say the least. What should we do? Why is this lift cart just sitting here out in the Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet. Wow, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in fostering. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but also its angle. If you have one of these, you can move giant lumps of ice around as well. Oh, just think of the possibilities! I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher but you should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it might have something to do with my case. A selection of trophies won by Paul Halleck, or rather Arthur Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up, something with a nice ceremony at the end of all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Door here is marked with a nice autumny looking tree. And yet at least wintering. I suppose it's part of the deception. I could steal the leaves if you like. Make things a little more wintry. I think you'd better leave them alone, okay? The door is a fir tree, right? Yes, they usually associate with winter, but this door leads to the autumn. I suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse. I could paint it red for that autumny feel. Evergreens stay green all year round, okay? Hence the name. Sure, I knew that. They put sunflowers by this door. Nice. A fitting adornment to the entrance of the summer wing, I suppose. Summer is also vacation time, and every great thief knows that means tourists with bulging wallets. Pickpocketing, Kay, is another little beneath a great thief. Yeah, maybe you're right. There's a tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, at least it's spring wing. Spring. A popular time to move house, which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. Ooh. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Oh, wait. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Master. I do not. Chill, I'm just yanking the chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jews? Well, she's a real brave trooper, for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep, and Jews wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, another job after Samson. took that, and no job after Santa took the job. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She had finally made enough money. Made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroha group after they basically stole it. Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back, all of it. Venda seems very sympathetic to Miss Baum's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tinkerville's for herself. The ultimate cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas, and the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No, wait, you mean... I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Who do I talk to about that then? Do I just go straight to Bound? Probably. Judy. Hi. Oh, there's meant to be more evidence than I want to get. Fired 3 years ago. Yeah, statute of limitations would expire. Gregory Edgeworth. Gregory is such a good name, you know. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. Well, I'm not meant to talk to you. Maybe there's something else that I need to look at. Seems the elevator is only accessible to selected individuals. I wonder what's upstairs. Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated. That would be so right. We've got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up. Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. Okay. Mr. Wenger was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate this room, so I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. It would make a difference if you did, obviously. You're standing in front of me. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir. Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you. What kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? He's so cute. Statues of a man and a woman in an old-time film. People how like you make these as well. Yeah, that seems to have created them later in his life, but once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. Title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow. Talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. That's really sweet, actually. It's really sweet of him. He loved his wife. It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. Oh, I've got a real pain looking at his eyes there. So is this another Paul Halleck piece? Yes, from his younger years when he was up in He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents. Guess the mom shone the brightest in the house. Cute. Oh no, what am I doing? I've already logicked it up as much as I can. Looks like this pedal lets you adjust the height of the platform. Indeed, must give it a try. If you would. On it! Ta-da! A single person could transport quite a heavy load using one of these. I'll say. I bet I could even cut gummy off with it. And for what purpose exactly, may I ask? The top of the platform is wet. Maybe someone used it to move something liquidy around? Yes, but the question is who and what. Well, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. No. I think I have to present something, right? But what? This lift card, I heard it was in use 80 years ago too. That's right. It was in another room earlier until I brought it out here. It's very useful for moving large, heavy objects around. But why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet? Probably his frozen fucking body. I've got a question. Oh, look at that! A picture of silly old me! Oh, that's right. You seem to have caught the other side. You lovely Lori Lumpkin. I'll have to have a word with him and say thanks. Well, I'm glad to introduce you. And there's the evil smack. Oh, helpful. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. If they find ubiquity in the teapot, is that it for Miss Pound? She seems far too nice for her to be. You mustn't judge a book by its colour, okay? Though I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Scone and see what they have to say on the matter. We've learned a lot about our case and about the IS-7 too. Perhaps, and yet the truth remains shrouded in impenetrable mist. You still have enough evidence to pierce the path? In that case, we'll just have to look for some more. That won't be necessary, Kay. I have all the information I need. That's just a matter of logically piecing it together, and in order to illuminate the path. Sounds good to me. Have at it, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, right. Miss Scone. Kirsten. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, didn't you? Did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude. I won't you won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you used it to wipe out some sort of spillage? Spillage, you say? The cheek! That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know about you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished out of the fountain. It was right there, but it was right before they called me to the autumn rain. So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Nudie Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn rain, weren't they? So I realized it must be one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my infesticide ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for my complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped up in, just happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. Can I talk to anyone else about anything at all? Oh my god, what am I meant to do? I'm running out of things to ask people. I'm not a curious lad, man. I'm not a curious lad. Oh, why does this game think I'm a curious lad? But to be fair, this is the first time where the investigation has not been entirely clear. So maybe it's really just on me. Oh, right! Right, I remember now. Dude was all like, I thought it'd make a deduction. Yeah, deduction. I will deduce. I will deduce that this is not what was on the card earlier. Eureka! No? Okay. break one. Another cup of tea, maybe. Maybe we need a break. Another cup of tea, maybe. Think of a little more. Wow. Perhaps you'll try it. Looking again, I think I might have been mistaken. Found using the serving cart with the white tablecloth, but there's something that's nagging at me. Maybe not the teapot itself was the answer then.
Eureka!
Hi, Crispy.
Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Louis du Nim, huh? It's a competition, right? Oh, not exactly. The light blue tablecloth you painted, that you painted exactly as you saw it, right? I already told you. Everything is exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth on the cart here is in the room as well of light. Your head is full of crazy theories, the simple stuff that just passes you right by, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, I was hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it up when Judy came into the from the window wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the window wing. Yeah, she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing. I don't know what happened after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts. Kind with the lift stuff. A lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. And I had her down as a shy type, but it just goes to show, you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? We better check with Miss Bound. Are there two serving carts here in the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes, why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us the sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth was light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths freshly laundered and starched. Freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. So, if I saw as much of a blemish, I would replace it right away. The color of tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on my part. Do you have any idea what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, the card doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aww, I'm jealous! I love chocolate! Well, there are a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Pound. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose it's because they've been sitting around in the pocket. That's so sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy to give them nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the result of the tests in the teapot. Whew. Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez, man. Oh, man. I'm tired lately. Why am I so tired? I went to bed at an okay time. I slept for a good amount of hours. Maybe I'm just relaxed. Maybe this game is really cool and stuff, and so it makes me feel good. That could be it. Oh, but 2 pots left. 2 parts left. 2 parts left. Okay. And part 2. And part 2. Yay. And part 2. And part 2 looks pretty okay. Pretty okay in terms of length. And part 3 will definitely be the longest. Let's get to it then. Oh, okay. I might end up standing, but who knows. The test results have come in, sir. Traces of ubiquity were found in the teapot. They were? Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Curse you! You better not think that means you beat me. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Bennett. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first is best! Everyone knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. But I... Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. Gavel? Alright. Why don't I take care of things from here on? Things here for now. In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah! Good idea! I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Wynne is annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand... Now... Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquity were found in your teapot? I have no idea. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it was one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I used? So you were telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquity in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison.
Objection!
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you'd be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain the instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible that for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. It's bound. Is what Mr. Edgeworth said true?
The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. I see. But he locked himself in that room too, didn't he? Surely that, and the fact that he triggered it himself, could it point to being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit it either. Admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten a hold of Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps he sold it. You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week ago or so, and that very evening I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Felicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone to take it. For someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true, and I don't have any hard evidence to definitively I don't have any hard evidence that it definitively was Miss Bow who stole it. Jeez, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just complain, hon? We all know you'd never hurt somebody for no reason, so... And you too? You think I'm guilty as well, Miss Offender? Don't blame me. We've got one wing design disguised as another. A gas trap in one of the display cases. You're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You've got it all wrong. You have to remember the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think there'd be much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. And I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Miss Augusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging 1 inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. And what technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years ago, huh? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach it from a different angle and look at the past for clues instead. Turnabout and thinking. So my father used this method as well. Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavoured ice sculptures melted. And yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Heather. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me, thank your pops. Hi, the Goopy. Now, take it away, Milesy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creation to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Miss Redworth? If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might be. I'd like to know a little more about the Zodiac Hall. And about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's work. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Oh, please. If you would give us some background from Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. It took 80 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. And a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many of Paul Halleck's pieces as I could from around the world. Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Now, Mr. Redworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gavel, that is simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
Hold it!
18 years, you must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound. This home, this place, such memories bound. I couldn't stand to lose what I found. Samson, I did what I had to do. To see this house was waiting here for you. How did she make it look so easy? I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. If you could continue your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please.
Hold it!
You managed the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound. Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the magic going. I can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day after all. So she really got this house back for him. I'm so sorry, Judy. Wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Miss Offender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I could do right now is keep the place safe for Samson.
Hold it!
Paul Halleck. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yeah, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection, more specifically. How you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini statues. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps you could go into more detail on that.
Hold it!
Those photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Redworth. So those statues in the Winter Wing were just copies? And I didn't even get to see them before they melted. No, these sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means that Miss Bound is lying. I know it's such an awful shame, and after we went to the trouble to recreate them too. Sculptures in the Winter Wing aren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her that I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. Show her that you're aware of that. With what?
Because it's got sugar in it, that's my thinking.
I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie as you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas, they were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Oh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup, no chance. Well, thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking if they helped you, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for those 18 long years. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? Got the most out of the world idea and out there idea in the world. Assuming you have big enough ice sculptures. Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say to your defense? So, you've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took the statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared, so how could I have done it without noticing? How indeed. I don't know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say it was impossible from you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Wetworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I have the truth. I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living room area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later around, when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto enter Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you take issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Wetworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. Question is, when would she have had the opportunity to do so? If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. The whole time before judging began, I waited upstairs. During judging, I changed the film and the camera. Before you could take the camera back, you had to cover the body. Later, when your father arrived, you saw Gusto go into the room. Figure out when Miss Bound would have been able to steal the sculptures. What was her best window of opportunity? You think a great thief like me would have an inkling, but I'm drawing a blank here.
Hold it!
What were you doing while you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bob with Samson. Bacon Bob? What kind of show was that? It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Whoa, that sounds awesome! Oh, the phone! Miles, you used to watch it? My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. Aww. That's so cute. Father-son bonding. Ah. So Miss Brown passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routine. It was at the moment when Miss Brown saw sculptures. It wasn't a lot. During judging, I had to go change the film.
Hold it!
Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight from the change room, straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have any time. Changing the film in the camera as requested by Mr. Timberlake.
Hold it!
You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroha's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. Sound of the chocolate chip falling over after a certain someone took a bite out of its support. And Mr. Tangaroha was still in Mr. Gusto's room when you found the body? Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order, and he'd like to take his time. So the point at which she discovered Mr. Frost's body.
Hold it!
Just as you did today. Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included, I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little card of yours. Interesting. And did anything strike you strange around that time? Yeah. Gregory was singing praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned the sauce was cold. The sauce was cold. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of visitors at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses? Oh, that is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was merely inches away from them. And because it was just a tea set that you were pushing around with them. But a hidden sculpture in a glass case.
Overruled!
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case that size fit an average serving card? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving card? What? I'm not sure I follow, Miss Ray. What are you suggesting she used instead? I'm suggesting that Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures.
Take that!
And this is the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavoured ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. It would appear that the very same cart is still here in front of the fountain room. We originally brought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures into the cart and carried them off? I am. If you could imagine, all one would need to do is lay down the case on the tablecloth. And it looks exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why the saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Choots, could you? Impressive. And again, you are Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all these years ago now. And yet, I knew no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you stole from Mrs. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced that I'm dressed up and lift carts as a serving cart. As a serving cart to do. And slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving a tea to everyone. In the end, I removed only one of the sculptures, but the flavoured... Not only one of the sculptures, but the flavoured zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them before myself. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy. Though, maybe not what with being hollow on the inside. That kid. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh empty cases of Mr. Frost to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As resulted in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares to swap in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavoured works of art. Ice works in progress. But I figured if I melted them down, somehow the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the window wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed. Although... And I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing she can do about it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How did you figure that? Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much given we're at the crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book. Statutes of limitations? What? Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Theft for 7 years, murder 15. So it's different for every crime. Murder 15 years, theft 7 years? Ah. Yes, Bound stole the ice statues 18 years ago. So it's too late for her to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves a removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself have pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for a crime, rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be considerably more interesting. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh, this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not sure such a big leap. It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavoured ice that she removed from Miss Frost's room back then. Very well. If you're confident in this claim, let me put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Miss Frost's body hidden? With the statues?
Take that!
Photograph of Mr. Frost's work. And of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body? The victim's body...
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture. Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support this such a wild claim.
Objection!
Well, that's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? Court demands that you present it. Present what was used to conceal the body.
Take that!
One of the cloths from the autumn wing. Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it can be visually convincing. You might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Oh yes, dear. But you can even make it look just like make it just about anything else, really. Even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue could make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like that. In fact.
Overruled!
Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors?
Objection!
If you would care to take a look at this photograph in the winter wing, Your Honor, you'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, the cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice. No, this can't be. Wait, so you're telling me when you took the photo of us in the winter room? Yes, we were standing right in front of the body. The body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter room disguised as a statue?
Objection!
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as his. As Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw
Overruled!
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sitting around behind our backs to throw a body. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method to her disposal. Her trusty little cart. The same cart that proved so useful in executing her original. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it downstream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way. Which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered. The body followed after once I had thought enough. As ingenious, it's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But can you prove that it was me? Seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in this piece of evidence I was provided will shed some light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof, now do you? Then please present it to the court. Evidence you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim.
Take that!
More drawings. And is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. And what I'm interested in is the card we can see here. Miss Bound's servant card. What about it? You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. So all I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to him. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the colour of the tablecloth Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he assured me that that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. What? But the shape of the cart is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was draping directly over.
Objection!
Now, if the body had been placed, not if the body had been placed inside one of them hollow zodiac blocks, as in the rendering, place both of those on the lift cart, and it easily passed muster as a rectangular serving cart into a room. Goddess of justice. Miss Mound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body as you did 18 years ago.
It's you!
I didn't expect you to. Did you say that from some simple sketch? But that sketch alone isn't enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry about on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Bucks's heart. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more. Which is exactly what we discovered here in the factory. And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put all your chocolates. Like the chocolates. The ones I was handing out. As you saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolates you gave to us came from your pocket.
Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Brown? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on, that's why. One moment, please. You have explained that Miss Bound did with what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lip cart, but what of the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed. If stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound would have had the time to dispose of the entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any answers for me? Miss Down didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? What exactly is the tablecloth Mr. Bound used to hide the body? On this last person? Miss Bound has a tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No, surely you don't mean... Miss Bound. It's a tablecloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, the cloth would have had direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do is to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of sugar used in Mr. Frost's blood. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week, I went to your bag and I took it. And then, I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do it himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected me.
Judy! You... oh gosh!
Dudes, why? Weren't you supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson?
We were. I couldn't afford to get arrested, not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easier to say that now, but...
If I do it this way, though, it's not like you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago.
Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit of the IS-7 incident was you?
I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than just entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favourite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. What I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly done. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? So she didn't know that about the body when she had stolen the sculptures. Samson was a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body. And Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family. The only family I ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and Judes. After his conviction, I was forced out of my home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check for the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think to make things right. Seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has been for Mr. Tangaroha's sake. Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Something about that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I can think is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind. She was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroha is innocent. Miss Bound's ultimate goal was to find the true killer. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to use Mr. Tangaroha's... You were to see Mr. Tangaroha cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and came running here. Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why Autumn Wing was all winter winging. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case, what you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case, would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No, but that would mean the real killer ruled. Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edward? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make? Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless?
Edgeworth, stop giving me these difficult decisions, man. I don't know what you do. I mean, I'd like to at least talk to him and then make my accusation if I feel it's founded personally.
Maybe I should investigate further, try to uncover the evidence I lack. No, if I don't act now, I may not even be allowed to investigate this case again. And I refuse to let the killer remain at large forever. They've caused 18 years of misery already. It's time to put an end to it all. Because this is one case I alone must solve. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Gavel, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who's to blame for the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Mr. Gusto. The victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident. Gusty? Mr. Gusto. Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're very impressive, man, Mr. Richworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the auto wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around and unlocked the doors to the various rooms, and found that the auto wing had been locked from the inside. The killer was on the other side of the door, I thought. Well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was a murderer. All that was left for me was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan. Jutes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. You didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years, but I'm the one who created this mess, so it's up to me to try and clean it up. I don't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy, Judy, Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body was gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery, in front of so many witnesses as possible. I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I'll let you all down. Fender. This can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name. The way the truth has been passed of these past 18 years has come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. Oh my goodness, guys. The more shocking end. The more shocking end. The more shocking end. Okay, what are we doing, actually? We've got the last bit, and then the final showdown. god, my god, it's gonna take fucking ages. Shit. I don't mean to close that. Let's just reopen that because I kind of need that. Thank you. How long have we been streaming? Only 4 hours. 5, 6. I'm thinking it might take us another 2, maybe 3. It'll be fine. It's only 1. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be great. We'll all have some fun. This case is really interesting though. I know I sound like I've been sounding like tired of this game lately, but I'm not. Like this is really interesting. I'm just tired for other reasons that I can't quite discern yet, you know. It's good though. It's good. I do like this a lot. Only 4 hours, she said. What's wrong with a 4-hour stream? 4 hours is like standard. 4 hours is pretty standard when it comes to short streams, and and I usually stream for 6. What are you doing? Only streaming for 2 hours? What the hell, man? It's like you're busy or something. Okay. Gonna be a lot of back and forth in this one. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Wait, are you seriously streaming for 2 hours only? Dude, my dude. I mean, I get it. I do get it. I understand. Streaming is taxing. It's tiring, and like if you do it too long, it's gonna fucking ruin your voice and shit. I don't know. I like doing longer streams. I just kind of like doing it. Like 4 hours is like I have something to do today, so I have to. Your social battery drains fast. I get that. I think I'm more extroverted though. I really, really enjoy hanging out with people. I like doing it as much as possible. So that's possible. That's probably part of it. Yes. Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did to prove Mr. Tangoroha's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then you have a duty to reinvestigate the case.
Overruled.
There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gabble, especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Overruled!
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edward. How so, exactly? By continually defying the will of the community and bending the truth to fit your needs, that's how. Perhaps it is time you understand how the committee sees this case. Ow. Can't believe you compare me to Von Karma like that. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma still managed to have Mr. Tangaroha convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident was Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. And this is how the committee sees things, is it? It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order. It sounds to me like she's doing it, like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee in covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroha or Miss Bound.
Hold it!
I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroha's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict.
Overruled!
Samson Tangaroha confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Simon. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, as I can say to you, all I can say to you is that the goddess Justice has already spoken. Not believable! She won't budge at all. Are these committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are prosecutors' worst nightmare. So, kind of like how the police are to a great thief, huh? Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangaroha and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroha would have been the one to commit the act itself, and Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? And the thought... You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising?
Objection!
Miss Bound has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well. Then let us pass judgment on what we now did. On what we know she did in the past.
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her for being the culprit. He may have entered what he thought was a windowing simply to see the generosity was genuine. Still, little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly...
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there is little we can do for now. On the contrary, there is plenty we can do. You still have not grasp the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you.
Hold it!
All the evidence you need. It isn't... In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison tech, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edward, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer for the committee in a formal hearing. What? Oh, that doesn't sound good. Don't worry, Marzarino. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth & Co. Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Of course. Now, where was I?
Hold it!
You really mean to assert that there was no loose ends left to investigate? None at all. All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from it. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. this court.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined. The hammer is not to fall, Miss Redworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now, assuming that there really is anything about this. This isn't over yet. Not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have all the answers to. And it's up to me to point it out to Judge Campbell. Something we still don't have all the answers to. I don't feel like I have all the answers to a lot of these things though. What else could there be? Sugar composition matches the sugar found in the pile of blue liquid in the Artie Frost we were making years ago. Detected in fountain water also seems to match. Salt, sugar, and blood.
Did we ever determine whose blood it was? I don't think we did.
Just that it's blood in general. We need to explain both the poison gas attack and the IS-7 incident.
Objection!
I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? The test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim we have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case. Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Win about it myself.
Overruled!
You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today. As ever, my interest is the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss with Eustace. Guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too! It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto was alive. Gusto? He made it. You're the ones who found me. Yep. A long time no see, Gusto. The attorney's assistant. You've grown! You have an assistant of your own now? Assistant? No, I'm... He hasn't got the gig yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. A prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I mean, you're dead. If you hadn't found me at the time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh. You're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 2 years ago. Huh? What are you talking about? I figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who, after poor Artie Frost. What? Is that true? Both Miss Bound set up
a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps, in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then? Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. Oh, it's not that. Gusto, he is a fan of the old meditation, the old and all that jazz. Wow. Sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. Except that there's no sleeping involved in meditation, okay? Hey, Gusto or Pow? How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back then when? I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is that your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here. Indeed you are, Miss Gusto. And there's no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Miss Offender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed. At least somebody here seems to be on my side. Judge Verity Campbell, it is a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way that you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Miss Ridgewell. Fine. You want to prove me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'll be happy to. So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Campbell. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record. I believe only in infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in the court of law. And as long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. We shall see about that. What do you advise, Judge Gavel? It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas, specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share with us why? Understood. You came to see Frost sculpture, simple as that. Made a mistake with the opening times and arrived half an hour early. Miss Bound was then no one at the reception desk around that time. I left the main entrance and garden unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's line. So no, there was no one here in the first floor. But I did make sure that all the windows were locked tight, all except the autumn windows. I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn room. Which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into a building's pretty suspicious, however he slices it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence the witness is lying. Courtroom? You know this isn't our gallery, right? Mr. Gusto. If you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I wanted to see Frost's work up close. So I went to the gym. I guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch and from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. His is a sort of flawless system when you turn these things on. Yeah, everything sounds like a lie going. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something. It's Bound's story. You should be questioning mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody without saying.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. Killer being you, old man. So you believe that self-confessed killer. Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost killer. Is he determined to pin Frost's murder on me? But I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise. Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Miss Redworth? Mr. Gusto fell victim to poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet, no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but... Then what about Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims not to have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it? If he did it, he has one. No, not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that with any certainty, if the real relationship had broken down for some reason? That could have easily have been the motive behind the murder. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, so... But we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. The finger marks. Were you the one wearing gloves? Miss Scone denied the finger marks on the frame, but what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look at the ultimate cookbook for himself. So he asked me to go to get a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left in the room. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. My father noticed these things for a reason. He just needed to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Gusto insisted he had no reason for murder, but what Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Huh? You know, my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavors, is that correct? I see. I still have a long way to travel on the road of becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up until the semi-final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show that we could do what we could do. To show that we were better than Tangaroha.
Objection!
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement, made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Mr. Gusto told me. and that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate the help Mr. Gusto? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So, why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return? I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that that became the basis of your motive for murder. Ah, that's sugar, isn't it? Ow! That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was perfectly friendly. You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, how do you think I did it? Exactly. You think I just strolled into Tangaroha's room and killed Frost? I could have killed that man while Tangaroha was there working on chocolate pieces, could I? So you see, it can't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroha was in his room. And if I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had an opportunity to kill me. What would be a logical connection between all of these? More film had been used up than did someone use camera. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal the secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroha's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. Hi, Big B. Thank you so much. I'll take a drink of water now. The game is going good. We're in the last stretch of this chapter. Ugh, I'm enjoying myself. This is so interesting. I love you, Miles. A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during the afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gus and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? That's what I was thinking. Which brings me to my next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the one person capable of entering this locked room was Tangaroha, possessing, as he did, the only key. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroha's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I had finished the afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to the Chillywinks' room and for a little taste, too. Miss Frost had kept to himself inside his room after the contest had started. But he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into the sample. Snuck into it to sample his work. Meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of the afternoon tea. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of the afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edward? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us a bit about it instead. Oh, is it mind games time again? It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you.
I said I have a question for you. What is it? You chose to make your entry for the final round. I told you. I wanted to test myself and wanted to prove I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell us, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? My Jess! 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculpture had nothing to do with your lack of faith in sculptures. You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible, that's all. Yeah, I didn't think so. But I was... Yes. Kisses everywhere. Son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we were going. So we got along pretty well too. Oh, so you were just friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confection? Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much for winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine, it was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. I see. And since your objective dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard. And I'll be on my way back to the middle. No, wait. You better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me, so let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose, I need to pick the right line of questioning fast. You had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Now you're insulting the waves of the confectioner? My only goal was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. My sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see now. Oh, so you've improved. You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Zhengfa for nothing. I looked up Tangaroha, you see. Up to Tangaroha, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of this work. Even used to watch a show with my son. It sounds like Mr. Tangaroha's work was especially influential in your early studies.
And with this recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. You claim that your only goal was to win the title, yet you also seem to have been interested in the contest's prize, the ultimate cook. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it, and even if I did, what's exactly so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts, and everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Do you know how valuable the cookbook really is? What kind of question is that? It's a collection of Tangaroha's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted it to get their hands on it. I don't have a clue. I'm not perceived with this information. I better try another track. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help with your operations? What else? A book like that could have improved my craft. You could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what will actually, but it was worth more than money. I think you know a little bit more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. But then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And was it that they weren't dessert recipes at all? I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know that what was really in there. The ultimate cookbook, or the Angel's cookbook, to give it its proper title, is a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody ever heard of. And we did know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for new medicines. You know what the cookbook really was. Your designs may have improved since your training in Chile, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the ultimate cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicine. Thereby making your interests not gastronomical but pharmaceutical in result in nature. You're a confectioner, Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicine, which suggests that your interest must have been personal. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was. Tell me more. It's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Find out what this mystery illness was. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. So you needed the cookbook to cure your son. Yeah. Nowadays, you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, the book was your only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give it all into my work. And what about Mr. Tangaroha's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to see the good ones out. And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what others have made? I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroha's work. What's more is you were that determined to win the cookbook. I seriously doubt you would have passed on the chance to take a peek at your competitor's entries. I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see a sample of my rival's work, but each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. Nothing Mr. Guster tasted. It seems like it could be an important clue. Could you tell me about the disease your son was suffering from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you any more? Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him. But you don't have children of your own. Your father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him, anything. He would have come to see me. He would come to see me here at the contest venue too. Right up through the semi-final. Really? He didn't get in the way of the work. If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroha, surely you didn't have time to look after the child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try recreations. You said your son was sick, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest. It wasn't that kind of illness, nothing life-threatening anyway. Feels like it could be an important clue. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see. That must have been very hard for both of you. Yes, it was. And that was why I did everything I could to find a cure. Desperate. Couldn't taste anything. Not even his favorite desserts. As I understand it, the ultimate cookbook contains a recipe for a very particular potion. One that Mr. Tangaroha used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too. Two, you say. So your son had a taste disorder, am I correct? How did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. Was that really the case? Of course it was. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy food. You should know after all. You just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking to a cure for, Mr. Gusto? I had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problems. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now. You would have have us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long. 18 years and nobody knew. Sadly, you can't lie to others. You can lie to others, but you cannot lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest, hoping to obtain the October cookbook for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money that would bring for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged, and that, I believe, is checkmate. Munches! Munches is, like, legitimately such a cool mechanic. Like, I actually have so much fun doing Munches. It's, like, really cool and interesting. I'll admit it, you're good. I never told anyone any of those things, and you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed ageusia. What's ageusia? It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Fender, is that what Mr. Tengaroha had as well? No, the big man had... Big man had what they called dissociated taste disorder.
Hi, Moopie! Hi, Moopie, I've missed you. I miss you, Moopie. You're so cool, Moopie. I love you. Kisses.
Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. You miss me more. Oh, jeez. So he suffered too. God, amazing. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tengaroha's cookbook. And you admit now that that was the real reason you went to focus. You're gonna explode and please don't. Aww, damn it, you did it. I can't believe you did that in my chat room again. You know how hard it is to clean that shit off my walls? Jeez. It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted it. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. I won't lose to anyone. I may not. I'm busy playing the game. You scrub yourself off the wall, please. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh. So you went to the finals thinking you stood a chance of winning. Of course. What was it that Fender said about Mr. Tengaroha? About Mr. Tengaroha? About what Mr. Tengaroha thought of Mr. Gusto's creation? Gusto's creations were perfectly balanced. Were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up until the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both fronts. You were told that your entry for the final was far from prize winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk, I'll talk, but you're not going to like what I have to say. Ross and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Mr. Tengaroha in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I didn't. If it didn't taste good in the final,
me. What can I say? I liked training. That's all there is to it. Happy now? There don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. Matter to not let slip what really happened 18 years ago, after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Marzarino? See if you can't shake something loose? I think I might just have to, Fender. Frost and I were working together, until some final. Just me and my skill.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest now. Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too. I wouldn't know. If he's lying, it's going to be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Nevertheless, that gizmo of yours is a built-in lie detector, Kay. If it did, I'd have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now. Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickey assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly in their favour. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was... I told you I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. Simple as that. But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavour. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. But then perhaps I should ask him about something else. You knew Mr. Frost from before the contest, correct?
Hold it!
It was no coincidence that you both entered the contest, correct? Yeah, I heard about it first, and then I told Frost. I knew he'd be interested. He was always short of cash or for his vultures. Oh, that's right. Mr. Frost was supposedly always in financial trouble, wasn't he? The cookbook is really worth that much, huh? I see that glint in your eye, kiddo, but don't get your great thiefing hopes up. It was worth a lot back then, but these days you can find most of the stuff in their drugstore's shelves. Oh, bummer. So literally every last contestant only ever had eyes for the cookbook, I see. An 18-year-old mystery. And the key to unraveling it is finally in my grasp. Just need to remember everything Fender told me about what he might want to discover.
Hold it!
Did something change between the semi-final and the final, Buster? Not really. The difference between the semi-final and the final was that Frost was the helping.
Hold it!
So you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help? I may not have designed something on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. So the visuals were the only thing that changed between the semi-final and the final. You sure, Dusty old pal? I'm gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. It wasn't just the looks I got a big thumbs down from Judgment Time, it was thrash on flavor too. Night-night, Quispy. Sleep well. It doesn't sound like a winner to me. Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusto failed on flavor too. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that. So, was there some other difference?
Your son wasn't there, right? Daily up up through the semi-final.
Objection!
I can think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up until the first semi-final. He was. What of it? What indeed? He was here with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded on its flavour to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. I just wanted him to see me work hard at work, showing him I was trying my best for us. Who knows? Maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds. It was a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. Indeed, thankfully we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story was true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself in the flavour of his creations, but then he lost the sense of taste. It must have been a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss. I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't the only thing he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Edward. Why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here? Other than to support his father? Basic creations. Your son knew your taste was the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. Was my biggest fan, of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? What are you implying? You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Yeah. So no one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't here to support you. Wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Dang. Now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. Do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpiece? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Did you know? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That is all it is. In that case, I ask to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can cooperate. Sadly for you, my song is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Jungle Far to start my training. Cut all ties with that kid for good. Holy fuck! Really? What a fucking prick! What? You abandoned your own child? Right, the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So, if you can prove your asinine theory, I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son? Fuck, dude. That's so fucking brutal. Don't say that shit. Holy fuck. I feel bad for the kid. Oh my god. Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface. And to surface now, proof or otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know whose blood it could possibly be, but I'm gonna test it right away, sir. Please do, Detective. I love you, Gumshoe. Kisses, Gumshoe. That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is. Hey, Miles. Sorry to get your mind palace time, but I was wondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. Think we have something that might explain why he tried to do that? We might. If Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. It's quite enough idle chatter of defense. Now, if you... Mr. Edward, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting. Speak of the devil. I take it you have the test results, Detective? Yes, sir! The lab just got back to me. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us evidence? Us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of. What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me any of this? It was indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Why is everyone always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Luna, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Alright. So, Detective, what did the tests have to tell us? You're not gonna believe this, but the owner of the blood was found in we found a liquid in the Gemini case was Camelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, looks like my suspicions were correct. Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood in this case? Yes, Edgeworth, please explain yourself. It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body.
Overruled.
Oh, why would there be traces of your blood there in the first place, Mr. Gusto? If you won't answer, Her Honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar too. There were. And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. You're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? Did they ever? I'd never tried ice. It's so scrumptious in my life. Really? Maybe I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, but of course, that was unbearable. The salty bit. It's in the other photo you've got there. This bit. The harpy thing? Gemini's alive. Yes, a liar, and only the liar, tastes as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth. Where did the salt on the liar come from? Where did the salt on the liar? Salt lamp!
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident. Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavour came from such a lamp. Mr. von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroha's room at the time of the crime. You miss Eustace? Well, he's standing in the room with us. Just wave to him. Hi, Eustace. Hi. You've said basically nothing this entire chapter. I was kind of expecting you to do more, and not this judge lady. I feel like she's not meant to be doing all of this as a judge, but, you know, gavel gonna gavel. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tinkeroha's room. Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken. The lamps appear to be broken. The bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? Never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted up, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police, so the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. You're seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do this? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar, so that it could be hidden inside the face. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected. Then the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointed to the killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both, would resurface one day. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson... Gusto. So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later. Nobody came close back then, not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work with the prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admit it then? You murdered Artie Frost. Sure, I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. And on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, for us, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you! I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose? Wait, you're planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my peace for the final day by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flame. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge, but I have... You have no idea what it's like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best, everything. I had pride in that. There's something someone like you could never understand. You're right, I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things? Man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. In hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why. Why do you think that? What exactly happened to your son? How am I supposed to know? I told you. It's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either. And you don't care? You're horrible! So, with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah. I had to find another way to get my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangador House when we were should have been easy. All I had to do was get a photograph of the formulas I needed to get it out of. I needed to get it out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook. Touch, touch, touch. Frost! What's this? A curse for the taste disorders. Oh no, that's all just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything. What will people say? If you tell anybody, I'll... You're what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm. Wow! He was a dick! What, you... Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him and knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the labs. Must have been when my blood got on it. So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt. It was all over. I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow. So I scraped off all the bloody bits, dissolved those salt shavings into some flavored ice mixture, and brushed it over the heart. And that's how you made the evidence linking you to murder,
gosh. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So you decided to kill him? Yeah, yes I did. Why would I let him live? Do you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, it was when I drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think? It really doesn't! So that was your the imputus part. Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight here once I'd figured out how I was going to hide the body part. Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools laying around the place, I guess. Those dummies you pretend. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the carp was easy. Why, Samson? Why did you have to frame him? I never meant for the cops to pin it on you. It was your fault, you and the rest of them. Why did you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and the cloth back in Scone's room? There was only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of the contestant. That's to cast suspicion on that person. What? You tried to frame me, Gusty Pants? Yeah. But why? Why poor old me? I respected Tangaroa. He was the best, a true champion. I never would have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did. Oh, Gusty, how could you? And had you refrained from eating Tangaroha's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroha was judging your woman. And then I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, bound here, found it before I had a chance to retrieve it. I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all? Why, indeed. Sedgwick, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Frost's body? To obscure the time of death. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they'd determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been the obvious suspect. Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple, preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroha's room while I got everything ready for Frost's. At that time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making a whole ship collapse. I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it was fully frozen. How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder. Ironically, Tangaroha would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got to his room. If only things had gone to plan. He wouldn't have even been arrested, let alone convicted. You mean, it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson. It was all because I had found the body. Let him get inside your head, dudes. None of this was your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. I didn't help that initial detective just... It didn't help that initial detective was just so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had just vanished. So then Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroha under arrest in the absence of the body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at the few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts in the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record, so he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroha regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones. What a jerk! I ought to arrest him right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective. So you notice, huh? Glad somebody did. That's right, you can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed to murder. No idea, huh? Then I guess I'd better lay it out for you. I killed Frost 18 years ago. Statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math, you can't arrest me. Think I'd have confessed otherwise? That's right, statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth? Once the statute of limitations expires, he can't be charged, so... 15 years from the date of the crime, the statute of limitations is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign. The suspect of limitations is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. From the time of the accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Suspect is suspended from the time. What have we here? But unfortunately, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record, and that Mr. Tangaroha's conviction will remain in place. But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroha has grounds for a retrial on that basis. See, I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you imagine. So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand in court. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. There must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down. Oh, don't you worry, Edgeworth. Killed Frost 18 years ago, statute of limitations.
Objection!
Gonna happen Don't you worry, I already know the answer.
Hold it!
The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. It sure diminishes one thing. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. We could have you in cuffs before you even blink now. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? This issue isn't as open and shut as you are making it out to be, detective. Can't touch me, it's too late for that.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute of limitations may not have expired yet. This ought to be good, alright? I've got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it. Okay, well, tell us, where have you been and what have you been doing since the incident? Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder. Thanks to the And not so long after that, I went to Jang Fa to really buckle down. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by now. Could be. I left. Let's see. Around a year after the murder. It was before Tinkerella last day in court. Going to Zhangfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design, full package now.
Objection!
And all on the backs of those lives you destroyed. What's an omelet without a few eggs, hmm? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing. Evil. Sticks and stones. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters. I need more than one proof. There has to be something. Maybe I can push him further on the statements he just made. Is there anything I can come up with? I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhangfa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. I don't know Zhangfa to train. I finally came wrestling.
Hold it!
Zhangfa. And you were there for a while, I imagine? Yeah, I left some time after the investigation wrapped up. I've been meaning to go there to start my studies a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in. My designs are now world class. Wow, that's amazing! You like it? It's yours. Really? Alright. So we spent some time in Zhangfa.
Objection!
Look, I'm pretty sure this is like the final fucking thing that I need to do, so I'm just gonna fuck around and find out, to be honest.
Objection!
Hell yeah.
The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following conditions. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. No way! So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Zhangfa? It appears that there may be time left on the clock left. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Zhangfa, Mr. Gusto. It was 3 years exactly. 3 years? Hold on! Nobody say anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. The statute is 15 years, and 3 overseas years, and the 3 overseas? 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way. Mr. Wedgeworth, you did it! The statute hasn't expired after all. Bingo! 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves. You've just been stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? Oh, we can arrest him now? Hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down in the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. Gusto's stay in Zhangfa really lasted 3 years on the nose. It's not enough. We're a few months short. Not enough, but... What I tell you, you can't touch me. I hate to admit it, but he'd read the board, well, when he made this confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute hadn't been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Wedgeworth, have failed. There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then Dudes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go adding your to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here, far from it, because there's still a way we can There is. Alright, Marzarino. Pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto has overlooked one critical thing you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is... he wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Which means there's still one way left for us. Crack open your statutes for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him for a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. Thunder, are you? Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. Bringing Miss Augusta to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, to raise the objection? Of course! Your father deserves this, Miles, and so do you. My father, Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth and the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow, and the one that seeks to reveal the truth. Miles! This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts.
Objection!
No, Your Honor, Mr. Carmelo Gusto was absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crime is too unspeakable to go unpunished. You need to suggest that you have grounds upon which you can call for his arrest. I do. And now to show Judge Gamble whose statute of limitations hasn't expired yet. Yes.
Take that!
Is there a particular page? The case overview. Take a look at the case overview, Your Honor. I'm sure you are very familiar with the particulars of the case by now. And I fail to see how there's any statute of limitations. Okay. Let me read it then. Actually, 3 years ago, then it would be this one. Suspect got convicted as an accomplice. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroha was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year for his indictment for that verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details the certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is statute suspended if the suspect flees the country. Another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangaroha was convicted as an accomplice? Yep, guess you were in Zhangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator, which is clearly news to you and not good news, am I right? But how can that be? Tangaroha wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it. Oh, we know it. That's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be a very thing. If you spent 3 years in Zhangfa, and your accomplice, Samson Tangaroha, was on trial for 1 year, it means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, The statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. The goddess's judgment is infallible, but that of her servants is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have... Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to incite a full inquiry. No! How could this...
Objection!
18 years? That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crime. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. Right. I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything, even my son. More's the pity. And you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Oh, yeah. Well, you did good work there, at least. Mr. Gusso's all set for his trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so. Judes. I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made of all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution. Oh, no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures. Hey, Judes. I think maybe you might want to represent you. Maybe you might want me to represent you. I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. There's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Oh, I'd be honest, thank you, Mr. Fender. Those are giant tears. Sorry, man, but you're gonna have to come with me now. Of course. Judge Gavel, why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I am under no obligation to answer such questions. And you clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee of Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back to you on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way. What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything? Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Yes? When did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job. My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. I don't get it. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. What's going way over my head? I'm going home! What was that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all. Wowsy wowsy! Yes?
I just wanted to say, old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today.
Oh, look at me tearing up.
Thanks for helping poor Sammy Poodle.
Of course.
Hey, G! Looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Juji and Verity go?
Oh, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Though I am... Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell you that. Quit it with the glaring, will ya? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. Just like your pop, but he was a terrible liar too.
He was.
Listen, I'm gonna head out.
The villain Samson in what went down today. You come with? Yes, of course.
Great! Then I'm coming too. So, what's Mr. Tangaroha like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why 3 p.m. cakes extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Really? That sounds awesome.
I think there'll be enough for us to try. Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Mrs. Tegaroha's baked goods?
Gummy, what are you doing there? I heard you were all coming to see Mr. Tangaroha, so I volunteered to escort him.
Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroha. I'm Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to see you both. Miles here is Gregory's son.
Is that so?
Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. Made a false confession. Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroha. His offender has explained everything to me.
Sure did, and now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago.
The truth.
Judy did that for me. Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. Can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you.
Oh, Judy. I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tegaroha. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? I guess I better show him. A piece of evidence is proof that the bond between Mr. Tegaroha and Miss Bound is shared. Oh no, it could be either of them. The fact that she started a whole fucking gallery based on what he likes, or the fact that she's been making the things that he likes this whole time. I'm kind of more inclined to the chocolate bit. That feels like more personal and endearing, you know?
Take that!
Those chocolates. Junie made them, didn't she? Yes, she did.
They're super delicious and sweet.
Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy.
They're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish I could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of present policy. Not that I have the authority not to stop him anyway. Thank you so very much. You know, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, Val? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together. You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you. Truly. Samson. Oh. I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home. I'd better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she walks through the door. Don't let me down, Eddie.
I'll leave it to me, big guy.
The IO7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about? You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will. Wait a minute. Does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. Because of things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law's always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Miles of Reno included, am I right? The potential for growth and change in people and the law. So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor? Or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up to the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts, but for now. Thanks again for today. I mean it. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you? He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me a chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. Maybe time to take another long, hard look at how I live my life, whether I like it or not. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. Oh my god, that's such a good picture. Wow.
Oh, it's so pretty. Look at that background. Someone went all out for this. It may have taken 18 years. We're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon. Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? Woo! Miles Edgeworth's gonna have another identity crisis! He does that every few years. It's fine. He'll be okay, guys. Trust me. He'll be just fine. You know, he's like the most well-adjusted out of like... out of all the prosecutors, I think. Well, not entirely true. Like, other ones are pretty upset, but he's well-adjusted. He's well-adjusted. I'd say compared to Phoenix, he's really well-adjusted. Phoenix, whew, there's argument there for that, but... Turnabout Forsaken, whatever that means. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I love this game. I love this game so much. This game is like legitimately really good to me. Is it biased? Maybe. Just maybe. But you know, we'll never be able to prove it. We'll never be able to prove it because I'll never be able to forget anything. My memory's too good for that. It's a bit unfortunate, actually. It means I can never re-experience things. But, well, you know, what can you do? Anyway, well, that's all we're doing for today. I will be doing more on Wednesday, but since Wednesday will be my shopping day, I will probably do a shorter stream. Maybe around this line? Probably like an hour shorter. But I will be releasing another Utao cover this week on Friday, as I always do, so please check that out. It's very lovely. I have a Discord. If you are interested in joining, you can. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Australian Central Standard Time at 9 o'clock in the morning. If you don't know what that is, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. Who should we rate today? Who should we rate today? Because I'm just gonna be ending in half an hour at most. I'm gonna be ending soon. Who am I following? It's actually fine. Only 2 people. Okay. Okay. So, things are going well. And I'm excited. So I don't actually know how long the rest of the game is going to be. We'll either finish it this week, but I don't think so, unless I decide to do a bonus stream. It's most likely that we'll finish it next week. In time for the new year, and then by the new year, I'll get to become variety, which is weird. That's really weird to think about. We'll be doing, you know, more than just Ace Attorney.
have a few games lined up that I want to do, and they're going to, a lot of the first ones that we're going to play are going to be like important nostalgic games for me, but I will branch out into new things that I've never played before, and I hope you guys stick around to see me do that. So thank you all so much for being here. I love you all. Hope you guys have a good day. Head to bed if you need to. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. I love you all. I love you, my chat. I love you.